child walked out of a classroom without permission. I'm not sure given the circumstances. And when that child came back to walk in, she just said, well, you're not permitted to come back in the classroom. I'm just using my words. So you have to go to the office. But while the child was at the office, she asked every child within that classroom to write a positive note to that student. And when that child came back, yes, he was made to apologize, but those notes meant a lot to that student, and that child made a 360-degree going forward. And so that is something I think we all can take away. One of the other things that I thought about is that we as teachers, sometimes we have to really, really reflect on everything that we do. And so we are here to teach and make a change. And we should really, really step up to the game and make this change that we need to do to facilitate each student.
Thank you. And I was told we only have 15 minutes, so you would just give your short reflection. Anybody from this? Anyone else?
Good morning, everybody. One of the things that stood out to me yesterday while we were meeting with the principals and chief and the officers from St. Lucia was that as teachers, we should be empathetic. Not only want from parents to help us, but try to reach parents as well, find out how we can help them to make the students better overall. And that really stood out because, I mean, sometimes we think that the parents are not really doing their part, but sometimes on their end, they're also feeling guilty and maybe even ashamed because they cannot, because sometimes they cannot reach the child like they want to, or they're not capable of helping, and they feel guilty, they feel bad, but we do not know that. All we see is that the parents are not helping. We're not getting that, but we need to take a step back sometime and find out from the parents as well, how can we assist you to assist your child? So that was very enlightening. I mean, it's something that we know, but it came out again yesterday, and it really stood out to me.
Good morning, everyone. I really enjoyed being here. I really liked the conversations. I really liked what messages were coming out of everybody's mouths, and I liked that we shared commonalities in what we think about when we think about education, and that stood out to me very much. And one thing I noticed, though, is that we have teachers, we have principals, DEOs, the chiefs, the ministers. I'm going really out on a loop by saying this. I really think that one of the missing elements in the whole development of a child, one of the persons who are very much involved in our children's lives who are not here, are our parents. And I know we cannot bring all parents, but I'm thinking, I'm proposing, I don't know how wild that suggestion is, maybe we could start thinking of the PTA, maybe the president of PTA groups in our schools or whatever, at least a representative body, and maybe they could go back, I don't know, they could have that, so we could have that also, that parental kind of, the same way we are there like this, maybe it could start to actionalize what we want to happen at home, because that's one of the missing elements we cannot really touch, but maybe in some small way, it can impact maybe the home as well. So that's my wild suggestion. But that was a really wonderful setting, and I'm so glad, I'm so happy to be here as an innovator for making a change in education. Thank you.
Based on the data, yes, What do you think needs to change in teaching, school leadership, or system practices? Dr. James, yes.
Necessarily the data, but what I took away is from Dr. Von Knight's presentation yesterday that good policy is not necessarily good politics, and good politics is not necessarily good policy. In that the ministers of education do not wish to have teacher education change from 2 to 3 years, and it befuddles the mind. Say, for example, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, we have had 2 years of teacher training since 1968. And I'm wondering, why would we want to train a person for 2025 or 21st century teaching, just 2 years of teacher training? Basically, you just fly through the program, you get into a classroom, and you are unable to deal with all of the realities of a 21st century classroom. So the takeaway is, yes, teacher education, the teacher educators know that we need to increase the amount of time, but the politics don't see it that way. So good policy, not good politics. Good politics, not necessarily good policy. Sorry, that's my takeaway from that.
Anyone else?
Did anyone take away anything from the data that was presented yesterday? Or you forget the data? What the boys and girls are saying, the secondary school students, remember they're having problems with suicide, suicidal thoughts, remember that? So what are you going to do moving forward? You've been in groups for the last 2 days. There must be something that you're going to take, something that you're going to do, something that you're going to take, something that you want to recommend to the rest of us, something that you want to do to move forward to make your schools equitable for all students.
I can share one thing that I think was re-emphasized for me, and is that relationships matter in teaching children. I think we've known that, we've always known that, but I think when you look at the importance of the emotions and the environment within which children have, I think it re-emphasized for me that it can start with each one of us, just connecting with the child in front of us. I remember one psychologist who said, before you even begin to teach the child, you need to see the child. So in other words, you need to actually get to know the child in front of you, and then begin to teach the brain inside of that child. And I think if we begin to see our children a little bit more as the unique individuals who they're not just a mind to be filled, but they're actually children who want to have a relationship with us, get to know them, how you're feeling, how you're thinking. And I know I'm preaching to the choir. But I think if we do more of that and we build those relationships with the children, a lot of the emotional issues, the suicidal thoughts and the stressful emotions, I think those would begin to be lessened a bit because we are able to connect with them and help them through it. One of the teachers or presenters, I can't remember who it was, shared some experience where I think he or she said they were about to teach a class, and when they examined what was happening, they took a step back. I think it was in a group discussion. He or she had to take a step back and instead did a kind of dialogue discussion with the children or something she did with them, but she freed up the lesson and she changed the lesson entirely because she realized the emotions come from the children. Men that were not ready for what she was about to teach. And I think getting to know them and tapping into the emotions would enable us to do that more, to be more flexible, to make sure that when we actually teach, what we teach is learned by them. So just being more conscious of the emotions and not just the academics, but that the emotions are connected to the academics. And when we create that safe space for them, then learning is enabled. But when we don't, we can teach all we want, but it may not be getting through. But I think the emotional aspect is what came out a lot for me over the last 2 days,
Yes.
and the importance of catering for that as well as part of our teaching, and not just the content, the curriculum, the exam.
Okay, good morning, everyone. As educators, we are reflective practitioners. And I think for the past 2 days, I've been doing a lot of introspection in terms of my practices, in terms of my beliefs, in terms of how my action, how it affects or it impacts not only the students, but teachers and people in general. And I think in one of the sessions with Miss Caglin, Angel, she said a few things that really had me thinking and reflecting even more. She said, change your language regarding your approach to addressing issues, okay, within the school environment. So when we are confronted with issues in our practice, we need to change how we approach situations, because most times you are upset, the other individual or individuals are upset, and so it does not help the situation. So by changing the language and being more positive, being more optimistic, I think that in itself can also help me as an individual. Pretend that all is right when you're addressing teachers, because sometimes we approach them and we have our own beliefs or our own mindset in terms of how things should turn out. And so by being more flexible, by being more open, I guess it gives the individual, it gives the teachers, it gives the students, that benefit of the doubt when situations arise. Another thing that was said, using positive messages consistently for students and teachers for a period of time. Sometimes you go around, we upset, we grumble, and it does not help the situation. So if we start doing some really deep introspection and to say that in order for things to change, I need to reflect and review how I approach things. And remember, as leaders, as educational practitioners, we are supposed to model the behaviors that we want to see in our students, in our teachers, etc. And that is something that I'm very passionate about. And sometimes you have to be deliberate, you have to be intentional in order for that to happen. Another thing which stood out again, communicate with people as if they are your superior. So you are intentional. So people are reading and seeing something different in you, and that can help change how they see things. And the most important thing, at the end of the day, now sometimes it's harder, at the end of the day, write 3 positive things about yourself. 3 positive things. So if you cannot figure out one positive thing that has happened during the course of the day, it means that you have to go back to the drawing board. And sometimes you have to be intentional in terms of finding it. Because sometimes we are so very hard on ourselves that we don't, allow these things to stand out. So I believe that being reflective, it will help us to grow. And I remember yesterday, our chief educational officer from St. Lucia, she made a statement, and it really drove the point home as well. What do we mean when we say changing mindset? What is mindset? And so all of these are questions to help us to reflect and to deep dive into what is actually happening and how we can make the change. And it's one teacher, one student at a time. Because when you think of the entire picture, it might be a bit overwhelming. But if you take time and be deliberate and say, today, this child, this is who I'm going to focus on. This child needs my attention, or this teacher. If you take it that way, then it will help make the steps, it will make the situation a lot more accommodating, a lot more reachable in terms of that. So for me, it's about reflecting, it's about going back to the drawing board and doing it intentionally in order to achieve the goals.
You can hear me? Yes. Sitting here and attending the conference for the last 2 days, again, taking it back to reflective practice, had me thinking, before I even get to the small action, that the professional dialogues that I've had with Ms. Caglin on a one-on-one basis, then professional dialogue with the principals in my district, in District 4, and the plans that we have to have professional dialogue. And notice I'm not saying PD, I'm saying dialogue, so it will be, listening to our teachers. We plan to do that. It validates the work that we have already started, and it makes me feel good that we were not just doing it just because we want to take a day off, we just want to take time off from the classroom. So I wanted to make that point. And if we are able to do that, then with the professional dialogue in terms of getting our principals with the mindset again, teachers with the mindset, because they need to know and they need to be deliberate in how they operate in their schools and classrooms to make the environment equitable. And then now, a small takeaway from one of the projects is that there are contributions that can come from parents, little contributions that can come from parents, and that is parental involvement. So I think our educators need to know that. And also, innovation doesn't have to be expensive. So thank you.
Testing. Yes, I wanted to make my final contribution. Something to think about is we want to go back to our schools and we want to ensure that whatever we learned here is something that actually happens in the schools. Sometimes when you think about it, the natural reaction, the natural response, the things that we are used to usually takes over. By the time you go back, like you're excited, you want to do it or whatever, and then because like you're not used to doing what you want to be used to doing, sometimes you just naturally go back to your old ways, correct? So I agree with that totally, and a long time ago, that used to be how I felt. And this is what I started to do. I started to plan and deliberately figure out the ways to actually go back into the classroom and do it. And I have done so many different activities which I realized that are actually helpful and they actually work. And by the time you continuously do it, then it becomes a part of your routine. I just want to share something quickly with you. Because that mindset that we're saying that we want to change, it has to go deep. It has to take a deep-rooted thing that you need to do for it to happen. So it begins by you as the teacher trying to get the students to change their mindset. And then when the students respond to it and the environment is more positive, it's less stressful. And then you yourself, you have more time to begin to even get more ways to help yourself become a better teacher. And then the whole school environment, it ripples, and then the whole school becomes more positive. So for example, one thing I do with my students, every morning devotions are deliberate. So if I realize they say a lot of bad things, it's a lot of cussing here, a little cussing there, disrespect to the teacher. So I did one thing one day, I brought disinfectant and a bottle of juice to the class. And then I poured the disinfectant in a glass, the juice in the glass. So I say, I have like to offer you a drink. Which drink would you like? So nobody opted for the disinfectant, obviously, but everybody opted for the juice. So I said, well, the disinfectant, this looks so good. This smells so good. It's cherry flavored. And they did not want it. I said, why don't you want it? Because this is not good for us. It will kill us and so on. I'm saying, okay, so it's going to kill you. You don't want to put something in you that's going to destroy your body, right? Right, miss. So I said, can miss drink it? Miss, no, miss, don't drink it. I said, don't want me to drink it. So it's like they don't want the bad. They don't want to put in the bad. So I'm saying, okay, you're choosing to put in the good. So in the same way, I need you to choose to put out the good. Okay? You can make a choice as to what you say. You can choose, okay, I'm upset. I can choose either to curse or say, miss, I'm upset. Miss, I need a moment. Choose. So we need to literally teach the behaviors we want to see. We cannot just expect by telling the students, be good, do your best, try to do better, whatever. We cannot expect them to know what being good means or what doing, because a lot of the times what they do, they think within themselves, they actually think they're actually managing in the best way they can manage, but they don't really know how to. So we need to literally teach them in little certain, and in the Bible, there's a clear example. Jesus used parables to be deep in the things that he wanted us to know how to practice life. So the same way we have to use these deep-rooted parables, and that will start to change their mindset. And we have the students now beginning to respond differently in classes, and we have a nice, positive, calming environment, and now we can become, in a position in our school to become able to achieve our full potential because we are able to think better and do better. Okay, so I have a long list of activities that everybody can try. I've already put them all together, things that I have tried and that have worked. So I could always, suggest it to everybody and see. That was just one example. I have so many. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your reflections. Over to Giselle.
Okay, thank you very much for your contributions. And now we are going to move forward. We're going to continue. And Angel will be taking the floor with us this morning. And she's going to look at the roles in an education innovation system. Carrie, unfortunately, is not well this morning, and she's not with us. So we wish her well. Speedy recovery. So let's make Angel, as usual, feel very welcome, our fearless leader. Thank you, Angel.
The fearless leader is here. Okay, so this is essentially a review for many of you. You would have seen this graphic before in our sessions when we were talking about innovation and we were introducing innovation. But we just wanted to present this as a reminder, especially because in the last couple days, you've really seen this in action. So in this innovation ecosystem that we're working, we can see that each person has a role that they play. And there is a reason why we have, as our innovation leaders, our teachers, because they really do have the best perspective of teaching and learning happening in the classroom. They have and can develop the deepest knowledge of learners, what their diversities are, what their expectations are, what their challenges are. And it goes back again to us re-emphasizing the importance of connections and relationships and empathy with teachers and their students. So in this innovation ecosystem, our teachers are really the innovation leaders. And over the last few years that we have been engaged in this teacher-led innovation work, we have appreciated how it has improved teacher agency, how it has improved teacher confidence. And the more you go through this process, the more cycles of innovation you engage in, the stronger that agency and that autonomy and that confidence and competence grows. And we have evidence of that right in this room. We have persons who, from 2021, have been engaged in teacher-led innovation and have seen the results. If you've been in their groups, you know they are teachers, there are principals, so we have the evidence here before us. appreciating the innovation process itself helps us understand why the teachers are the innovation leaders. It can be very seamlessly incorporated into their instructional practice. Again, you have the evidence of that. Our principals, our school leaders really set the culture of the school, and that is something that we know from research. But even here, with relation to innovation, they can set that innovation culture. So if the teachers are the innovation leaders, the school leaders are the facilitators of that experience for their teachers. And again, over time that we've done this innovation work, we've had principals share with us the ways that they can support teachers. Now, the way that we've been doing this is, at no point do we come and say, this is how you should do it. What we have done is presented this innovation process to education systems and observe how it has unfolded. And so we've seen, based on the realities of school leadership, what are the ways principals can support their teachers. And of course, there's a variety of ways. If teachers need some professional support in terms of finding an expert who can help them with their innovation, the principal does that. If the teacher needs some feedback on the work that they're doing, the principal can provide that. If the teacher needs to see how what he or she is doing is connected to the school, to the development of the school, again, the principal can show them that connection, help them see that connection, especially because schools do have development plans that are co-created and co-designed by the staff. We always think of support in terms of financial, but as we've seen from our innovation work, usually that is the least biggest demand. And we can say that confidently because we do have an innovation fund to help teachers prototype. Every time we go through this process, I find myself reminding the teachers that there's an innovation fund. Why? Because by the time they get down to the prototyping, they realize they need very little funds, sometimes no funds at all, to test out an idea. And that is mostly because the ideas that they're testing out are so connected to regular best practices in the classroom. But they're generating evidence for that. So there are other resources that they may need. The principal can facilitate that as well. But the principal also plays a very important role in disseminating in knowledge mobilization in the school and across schools in the district. So the principal facilitates the teacher sharing with the rest of the staff the progress that they're making on their innovation work. The principal, when he or she meets with other principals, will share again, communicate that information with other principals, with education officers, so that it moves on in the education system. So we essentially see principals also as knowledge brokers. Right? They're the ones ensuring that maybe there's a staff meeting. Part of the staff meeting would be teachers who are engaged in innovation projects presenting to the staff. Now, the innovation process itself has a few steps, right? And it may not be that every teacher at the school can lead an innovation project at the same time. But are there ways for them to get involved? Yes. So if you think of the stage where understanding the problem, teachers can present information, or they can help the teacher innovator collect data from their classrooms. Isn't that so? You have questions that you want to ask of students. The ideation stage is another excellent place where teachers, whether staff, can be a valuable resource to that teacher innovator as well. So we're generating wild ideas, we're generating ideas from different perspectives. So the principal can facilitate all of this. But their ultimate role is also to move that innovation along to other colleagues, to other peers in their network. And we have another part of the ecosystem, which are the administrators. So they would essentially have what we call an innovation portfolio. So a collection of all of those innovations that are happening in their district or nationally, all of the innovations that are happening nationally. Now, what we found through observing the practice that has been happening in the countries is that administrators just need to ask one question. So district education officers, senior education officers just ask the principals, or the chief, deputy chief asks, what are the innovations happening in your school? That's it. Now, the mere fact that principals know that an education officer is going to ask, what are the innovations happening in your school, means they would also have to know what innovations are happening in their school. And if they're seeing, over an entire year, I can't ever say there's an innovation happening, then am I creating that school culture where I am making it easy for teachers to bring new ideas, to test out the ideas, to take risks, and to feel that they're really part of designing curriculum? The Ministry of Education in that system has the role of scaling the innovation. Now, when we started this innovation process, a lot of teachers felt that they needed to implement, right? Because that's the end goal, right? We need to get this out there. But no, the teacher gets to the point where they have been able to generate evidence. The principal will step in to help them strengthen that evidence so that we can present it. We can say, we have evidence that in this context, these strategies, these processes, these materials produce these results. And then because there is evidence, the Ministry of Education can say, there are similar contexts in our school system that can benefit from that strategy or from that resource. So do you see how each person, each group, is playing a significant role in that innovation ecosystem, right? And going back to the impact, teachers now feel that I can generate solutions to challenges that I have, and it turns out that other people have. And I've listened to the reflections, and each day we hear, we have similar challenges, and we have common characteristics. So it means that teachers can see that it's not just a problem that they're solving in their own classroom, but something that they can help another teacher cope with in their own context as well. Now, we did, over the year, a system thinking exercise in each of our countries with the administrators at the Ministry of Education. And essentially, the systems thinking process is looking at a problem, a challenge, an issue, and identifying what are some enabling and inhibiting factors. So say we want more student engagement. What are the things that enable student engagement, and what are the things that inhibit student engagement? How are they connected to each other? How could one reinforce the other, either in a negative way or in a positive way? And then what are the points where we can introduce an intervention that will cause only positive reinforcement, right? Move things in the direction that we want. And out of that, we asked the administrators to identify 3 priorities. These exercises were done in separate countries with separate ministries. What do you notice about the priorities? Same priorities. Because it turns out the factors, the enablers and inhibitors, are similar. And so we saw things like expectations of teachers, mindsets. We saw the curriculum, whether it was how instruction was being designed and delivered. And we saw parent involvement. Parent involvement implies that a genuine partnership needs to happen. And in a partnership, there is equal benefit, equal responsibility. And Dominica had the unique perspective where they were like, we really needed to add one more, and that is the role models that students may have, or the male influence. So we can see that we are more similar than we are different. In smaller ways, we may have a few differences, but the similarities are there. Now, we're talking about moving from the grassroots, right, from the initial ideas, moving them up through the system. One of the things that we have to note is that the innovation process is not just about we want to find a solution. The innovation process is really about we want to understand and we want to learn. And at every stage of that process, you're learning. You're learning about the issue itself. You're learning about the people and how they're experiencing that issue and how they've been coping with that issue. You're learning about possible ideas and all of the assumptions that underlie those ideas. And you're learning about actual possible solutions. So it's all about exploration. It relies on people at every stage. Teachers are using what they know about their context, what they know about their students, what they know about the communities, what they know about schools, to test solutions quickly. And that is important. We do not encourage teachers to spend a long time on the innovation process. It's called failing fast. You know, if you have to fail better, you fail fast than you prolong it for several, days and weeks, right? So it's just about testing the idea, and that is why we encourage you to test a small part of an idea, sometimes not even the entire idea. Test a small part to ensure that that part of the idea works and it's strong before we decide that this is something we want to do. And that's why the prototyping is so important. And I always give this example. In the very early stages, we had a school that said, we want to bring our staff together, we want to create a staff lounge. Sounds like a beautiful idea. What do we need? We need a television, we need a table, we need a sofa, we need carpets. And by the time you do the budget, it's about $10,000, right? Now imagine you had invested $10,000 into an initiative. At this point, you're so attached to this idea, and you've invested so much. It has to work whether it wants to work or not, because I've spent $10,000, right? However, testing a small part of the idea. Teachers may say they want to get together, that's what they want, but are they able to? So when they scale down that prototype, and it was simple to still do the prototype with the elements. How? It's a prototype. So you borrow a television, you borrow the sofa, right? You buy a few refreshments and coffee and tea and you put in the room. What happened? People did come into the room. The TV never went on. Because people were so busy chatting and talking and having their little tea. Essentially what they needed was a table and some chairs and something warm to drink. Right? So that's the importance of testing and failing fast. So before she had gotten a bill from court saying she needed to, her amount was due for the month, right? There was no bill. Now, it is not that everything that you prototype will work or it will emerge as a solution. But is that a bad thing? Not at all. It's a good thing because if you've done it quickly, then you know this thing either does not work or it needs some adjusting. So it is possible that you would have several rounds of prototypes going for that same idea. And if you remember that ideation stage, you have maybe 50 to 100 ideas that you can test out. So it means you don't have to start from scratch. You go back to those ideas and you test another one. Because it's about learning. Remember our word insights? It's about learning. One team wanted to do online assessments around the COVID period because everybody's online. However, when they began to understand the issue and they did their prototype, one insight emerged that told them, no, you have to go back to the drawing board. Best assessment practices says you cannot introduce into an assessment conditions that did not exist during instruction, right? Do students know how to use the tools? Do they understand how to do a video assessment as opposed to maybe an in-person presentation? There are different elements. So just that insight told them, in our education system, we need to incorporate in our instruction and in our formative assessment those kinds of assessments so that students are used to the tools. So sometimes it's the tool that's tripping up the process, not the assessment, right? Not the task, but the tools that are being used. This is the scaling pathway that emerged from the research, the discussions that we've been having over the last 4 years. So this came from the education systems, from the administrators. One of the things that this innovation process produces is a solution that is reflective of the context and of the realities of people. We know that our teachers have a lot to do, our school leaders have a lot to do, our education officers have a lot to do. We may think something should work a certain way, but the reality prevents it from working that way. And so we looked at how do we move an innovation from its initial prototype all the way to, a district or even nationally. And for each stage, we've identified who would lead that part of the process, what is some of the evidence that you would need, and what is the goal of that step in the process. Now, this scaling pathway is in your folder, so you can pull it out and look at it a little more closely and see if you can identify where you would land on that innovation pathway, and whether it is really reflective of your reality and your circumstances, what you do on a day-to-day basis. Is this something that is possible for you? And as you're looking at it again, have we missed anything that is vital or essential in that scaling process? So yesterday, I think it was yesterday, when some of the teams were presenting, we had some suggestions that it needed more data, right? Now, if you look at the second step, or the second stage of that scaling pathway, you will notice that there is an opportunity to collect that more structured data. Again, because at the prototyping stage, you're really testing out the idea, you're addressing the assumptions associated with that idea. Because you have evidence that this idea works or can work, that is when now you begin to get more structured data on that idea. So it could be done at the school. And you notice a little pre-post student assessment here, so that is where it would come in the process. And then we would have the principal and the education officer extending it to other schools. So now that we have evidence, maybe it has worked across the entire grade for that school, or if it's applicable to the entire school, it works across the entire school. So that's one thing to note. We have to pay attention to what the intervention is and the context in which it should be applied. It's not necessarily everything for every school. It may be for early grade students, it may be for a specific subject. So looking at that context, replicating it across context. Now you notice at every stage, you're collecting evidence. So what we're going to do is, now that we have understood and kind of revised this process, let's see if we can connect it to what we've been discussing for the last few days and the reflections that you had this morning, for instance. So we have some opportunities to get into our groups again, teachers, principals, and education officers, to look at this scaling pathway and see where we land on it and how we can support it. So for teachers, think about those things that you've identified as most important, that needs to be addressed, that you've identified, that you've written down in your notes, that you've discussed. And we're inviting you to start generating some ideas. Now, I think this is fantastic because you have a diverse group of teachers already from each country, and then you have from 3 different countries. So I think the ideation, remember your ideation, you start individually, write down as many ideas, no judgments, no questions. If you say, pay everybody $100, that's an idea, put it down, right? If you say, dance party at the end of every class, that's an idea, put it down, right? If you say, bring in a global speaker, that's an idea, put it down. We want the fantastic, we want the wild. And then begin sharing with each other and see how many ideas you can generate. With the number of you, I'm thinking you can have up to 200 ideas by the end of that process. That's how much faith I have in you. And for school leaders, in your group, you will talk about how you can create the school culture that values and encourages and supports innovation, teacher-led innovation. For the administrators, think about the innovations that are happening in your districts or that you've heard here and determine which ones you think can start moving along that scaling pathway. Who are the people who might be able to support that scaling, right? It may be curriculum officers, it may be assessment officers, it may be planning officers, maybe student support services. But it gives us an opportunity to start thinking of real concrete actions that we can take when we leave here. The talking has been great, but every day we've been talking about also what action you can take. And so we're looking forward to see what we can generate by the end of that session. I think we're going to just lead right into that session. And we're going to, well, the teachers have been using the boardroom. Are you okay with returning to the boardroom? Yes. So the teachers will be with Yvette this morning. I will be with the principals, and Giselle will be with the administrators. So we will take a break at 10:30, and we will come back to enjoy the rest of our innovation showcase. All right? Thank you very much. Do we have any questions or comments on these before we go into our groups? All right, looks like we're good to go. So we'll see you up here at break for 10:30.
do like the lady with the grass. They cover the grass. Put the ladder to take the cow when she put the lawn up and the grass is on the roof. Puts the ladder to take the grass rather than putting up the grass on the tree.
it's Valerie. Because he has seen it. It's here in the email.
So you'd have to wait for PowerPoint anyway.
Look at here in the email here. But playing from here, you see. Request. Access, hold on. Let me get the file. I see. No. It's saying it needs access because it came from you, I guess. You gotta give access because when I downloaded it, right? Yeah.
From my computer, or oh no, we gotta switch it over there.
Yeah.
Okay, look that.
Because
Is it playing on your laptop?
I even leave it open there. I said just in case. But we sent it to
we sent it to him, right? Which
and what it's saying.
when I downloaded it, the video didn't show inside of it. See, you are seeing the video here, right? Look at here now.
Come down.
Right, look at here. But when I click to play, it says I do not have permission to view the file.
Look your thing there.
And it say request access.
So right, but I request access now is sending it to who? To his D1 SVG or to Donnie?
To Donnie, yes. So because
Oh, you gotta give me permission to It's telling me that I need permission to view the video.
oh,
Everybody
sorry,
good there.
no, I
Our
just
video is
looking at
saying.
them.
So it's
So it's good.
no, hold on. It's here in the mail, right? But when we want to play the video, if we click play, it says we need to request access.
Request?
But it's sending it to you.
So which email address there?
Also, I'm DS1 SVG784.
You send the request?
No, I'm going to send
Send it.
request access.
I can go.
Well, let me see. He,
It's good. Let me send it to you. Let me share. Look, there's you. That's him on it.
That's Danny on it. I don't know, because she should.
Request access.
That was saying.
And then go to viewer.
But if you do viewer, you might not be able to. You still going to get access to view the video.
Oh, this is the one. Which is this? That is the one we're using for him.
Which one you just send it to a wrong email and
Who is that?
I'm using.
you need to send it to this one, Danny.
But it's sent to him.
Let me give you another address to send it to. Okay?
But it's here, Danny. They look and see it here in this.
I forwarded to another email address.
Oh.
So maybe that's why. Try DS1.
So how I get into that one?
Type it. Oh, okay.
That's the same DS1.
So forward, but this is the email we're open here.
Is when you send it, you got to send me with permission. Right. You got
How
to
it
send
reach
me with permission.
there?
Editor.
How it reached to that email there?
I don't know, but say need to change.
Yeah, we don't change it already. I changed. So
Ah.
why it's reflective on my computer here? Go and check now. Refresh the page.
But we know we send is, but this is not his
Give me
email.
a second, eh? No, it's another one I forwarded.
You have to send it to the other one.
Let me send it to another email.
Just go back and forward to
come
the
in.
one that said Donnie D instead of the DS1.
I come
This
in,
is
I come in.
DS1.
Oh,
This one is DS1. Donnie, D is up there.
okay.
So do the DS1.
Type in
Look at it.
I don't have my glasses. Put it
Oh.
in.
Look at it. DS1,
DS1
SVG.
74.
Yeah. SVG said right.
And then
Do editor. It's editor.
editor.
God.
Right.
I click send.
Then you'll get that email here.
Check there now. Refresh over there.
So the PowerPoint should come over here.
Let me refresh over here.
Okay, it just came.
It just came. I'll open
So
it
let me
and
open
see.
it and see.
Check your video.
So do I need to download it or just check the video?
There we download too, eh?
Check the video first.
Yeah, check the video
Check the
first.
video.
Thank you so much.
So do I download it now or no? I look up.
My nephew?
Good morning. Would the country groups like to take their group pictures? Group pictures. We're going to start at St. Vincent's. Okay, miss. Why didn't you just take the mic and put it there? Not you, miss. That asking him if he's to move. Oh my gosh. Why is she? You need to. Okay, Dominica, you're up next. Make sure everybody like their picker.
Get this song, along with dozens of other beautiful Sunny Choi piano arrangements on iTunes, Amazon, or your favorite MP3 retailer. Search for Sunny Choi on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. And don't forget to check out the Sunny Choi app for Apple and Android devices. Thanks for watching.
let them come and organize. Who's next?
Presentations, our innovation presentations, Mount Prospect Primary School is first, Kane and Government SVG, Carmen Rene Memorial School, Beckway Anglican, and Roosevelt Douglas Primary School.
Is it this one? Yes, that's it? Yeah. And she's using the pin on mic. Okay.
So for the Mount Prospect Primary School, we have teacher Miss Patricia Mitchell and the principal of the school, Mr. Clyde Caddo, presenting. Let's make them feel welcome.
No. The PDF. Oh, that's the PDF. Where's the PowerPoint one again? We just had it there. Is it there? No. That's it? Yeah, this is it? Yeah. You got the mic?
Like I stay with that. Huh?
I give you the mic?
And to record myself for me to hear myself after. He going to put it on my head.
That's mine. Thank you.
I don't know. No times.
Good morning to everyone. Good morning to all the educators in the house. Throughout the past few days, you all really deserve a thumbs up. You all deserve a round of applause for all the healthy discussions that we have been having and the meaningful discussions that we have been having. I mean, I trust that when we go back to our classroom, to our respective countries, that we can implement these things in our classroom. And not only that, I know that we are not selfish people here, right, based on what we know so far. So we are going to share this information with our colleagues, because what we are doing here is not just for us, but also for our children, okay, for our communities, for our country, for the region, right? Before I continue, I would just like to say thank you to all those who have put this forum together, whether behind the scene or in front of the scene. I just want to say a heartfelt thank you, because if it was not for you and your hard work, we would not have been here today, being filled with all this wealth of knowledge. So thank you. Also, thank you for choosing our school, the Mount Prospect Primary School. I just want to say thank you. Last school year, during our meeting, our sessions, based on our teachers' assessment and based on the concerns that they had, based on what they observed, we decided to put a reading intervention plan in place to prepare for this school year. And lo and behold, God is so good. Everything turned out awesome, where this session came up, the innovation session came up, and Miss Ella Regis, one of our staff members, while I was on sick leave, she attended this session, and the opportunity came for us to put a project together, and bam, she did that. She took the opportunity, and hence the reason why we are here today. So everything is just working in sync, and to God be the glory for that. So based on our assessment, we had to ask ourselves the question, how can we improve early grade reading fluency and confidence through a short-term yet personalized intervention session? And that's what we had to ask ourselves based on our research, based on the teacher's assessment. We found out that we had a lot of struggling readers. We found out that a lot of our readers were at the low grade level, below their grade level in reading. And we know that this was going to impact their reading comprehension.
it would have had an impact on their academic success. And therefore, in order to build that strong reading foundation, we decided to focus on the early intervention program, which we concentrated on, or we are concentrating on, the lower grade students. We are trying to do that because we don't want their long-term reading difficulties to, we don't want them to have a long-term reading difficulty and for it to become difficult to catch up in their later years. We had discussions like the children that drop out from school. Most times they drop out because they get to high school and they're unable to read. And if all their hormones and everything, they feel embarrassed and some of them have to drop out. So because of that, we decided to take we decided to do the lower grades first. So that's what we are doing now. Again, our reading influence intervention is that it's in process. We haven't actually started it off as we should as yet because of some challenges, but we are still in the process. We decided that regardless of the children's background, regardless of where they come from, every child who is at that level will benefit from that foundational skills. Because we believe that I believe that no child should be left behind. Again, because of all of this, we had to get feedback from our stakeholders, from the children themselves, to find out how we can assist them. The parents, the principal, the administrators, as well as the teachers. So we needed to find out from the children, do they like to read? What kind of books do they like to read? Why don't they like to read? And what reading games do they like? It's just to get a feel as to how can we help them. If we may ask them, how can we help them to learn to read? How can we help them to love reading? As well as the parents. A lot of parents, we sometimes speak of the parents, but sometimes a lot of them are unable to help the children at home. So we also need to find out from the parents how best can we assist them in helping the children to read. Do they have any resources to assist the children? What are the resources that they may need to help the children? So some parents we may even have to teach them so they can help the children. So it's just to get a feel as to how can we assist them with their children with reading difficulties. And as well as the teachers and the principals, we may ask what kind of expectations do we have for the children at school in terms of our reading fluency. The teachers, we may have to ask questions like, what kind of attention does the children need? What are they struggling with in reading? How can we help? And also ask them to come up with suggestions so we can work in a collaborative effort with all on board to find out how can we assist them and to get suggestions in the best way forward in assisting our children. Now, as we go through this, we also learned that based on our assessment that we've done so far, we recognize that some of the children have difficulty, and assessment is so important. I love to assess. I love to assess before, during, after. I just love assessment because it helps you in a way that you don't have to go teaching something that the children already know. And so you can teach what they focus more on what they don't know. So if they already know letter A, they already know the sound of letter A, why go teach? Because the curriculum says to teach letter A. We go ahead and teach letter A when the children already know letter A. Yes, we can revise, yes, we can review, we can reinforce, but we're not going to waste so much time on doing that when they don't know, and then we have to rush the curriculum. So I love assessment. Assessment is very important during this time. That's why we know where our children are. We know the difficulties that they are facing. So we recognize that some of the students, they have difficulty in identifying their sight words, digraphs, segmenting, their reading fluency, reading without expression, the recognitions of punctuation. I remember a child read, and after he read, I did not ridicule anything. I just said, I'm going to read. So listen, because it's amazing that some of them, they know the sight words, but they still read like they are counting, and they are not following the punctuation marks. And after I read, with expression and everything, I asked him, how do you think I read? And he gave me a nice positive feedback, and I said, so you can try. And he went and he tried it, and he was happy that he could have done it that way, because to him, it was different, it was more meaningful. So in order to provide an effective reading fluency instruction and intervention, we have decided on a number of child-centered, not teacher-centered. I'm sure that we have moved away from that already in this 2025. No more talk and chalk. We prepare everything to be child-centered, child-centered activities. That's what we are focusing on. And children, as I've heard most of the presentation, children learn through fun, through games, and structured games, effective games. So children don't come to school because some of them feel bored. Teachers don't like to sing. Teachers don't like to have fun in the classroom. Before a little noise happens in the classroom, we are like irritated. But all that is part of learning. A classroom with you person in her classroom being active, it's like, what is going on? The children, most of them, they are learning because they are having fun. And that's what we want for the children, to come and have fun while they are learning. So we decided to do a 30 to 40 minutes period of intervention, again, in a personalized way. So we have sight word games, short personalized word lists. Again, that's where the assessment comes in, so I know the words that they don't know. So I give each of them their own specific words to learn. And then we practice that through games. Phonics games, repeated reading, reading decodable books that they are able to read with success, and model fluent reading with expression. And you know, the list can go on, and as teachers, we know, we Google, or we already know, and we have learned from each other as well this week, a number of strategies that we can use to improve students' reading influency. Now, before I end, we've talked about innovation, and it can be inexpensive. A lot of us, I see we have Chinese stores in the Caribbean. So everybody know what this is, right? A pack of cards. And card is very common. Children play cards with their family at home. Some of them, people play as with the community, they compete and all of that. So what I did, I bought this pack of cards for about $3. I wrote sight words on there, letters on there, diagraphs on there. So I use it to use it for different activities. So we can play go fish with it. So does anybody have a ch? And if they say this, they have to say the song right. It's not CH. I heard somebody say CH. It's ch. So if anybody have a ch, you give it to me, or you go fish if you don't have it. We can play romy, so we have more than one of the ch, or more than one of the, and we can play romy with that, and the children enjoy these games. I know we have other games. We place them flat down on the table. You get two. You keep it if you know the song or you know the word. It could be the word or the song. You keep it if you don't. You place it back. The person with more, they win. So there are many different games that we can use these cards instead of cutting out so many paper, how you say it? Manila. This is very easy to use. The back is. So all you have to do is just laminate it, and hopefully you have laminating machines. Black and white for now. When we get a printer, colored printer, I can put it in colored. So it's more fun for the children. Okay, so again, I just want to say thank you. Thank you for listening. And if you have any suggestions, because we have just started, I will just open for suggestions. Thank you.
Patricia, do we have any suggestions, ideas we would like to share with Patricia? Any questions, comments? No, we don't? Okay, thank you very much. And the next person is already there, waiting. So, Ms. Alison Shallow, SVG, will now be presenting.
screen, eh? Oh, okay. You have to pick it. I don't know which one is yours. Let me close it up and just pick back yours. Give me a sec. Look for yours, I think. Look for you. Awesome.
You all found the use of the cards to be quite interesting and innovative in and of itself, right? How many of you have sat down cutting those manila papers and cutting those card papers to do the same thing? Yeah, right? And like she said, we seem to all have a Chinese store somewhere in our countries, so we can easily access it and utilize it. So that was a very good idea, Patricia, and I think you have inspired some teachers to use that as well. Are we ready now? You could get a few games.
My colleague and I was saying that you can come up with a few games from the card. So apart from you could play and blend to create words, we can actually use it for sight words, bingo, as well. So
that's a very good idea. Another example of how teachers are being inspired by what has been presented, but you can go back and utilize and implement at your schools. So Alicia, ready to roll?
I believe so.
Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead. Good morning, everyone. Today we are going to, for our presentation, we are going to present on promoting innovative teaching that builds resilience, empowers students, and strengthens the school-parent partnership. Before we talk about solutions, let's be absolutely clear about the problems we are tackling. As educators, we know disruptive behavior isn't just about simple defiance. As experts like Charles and Center 2016 note, it's any conduct that violates classroom norms. Bear 2015 described it as conduct that impedes instructions or undermines authority. Simply put, this behavior is a distress signal. It's often a symptom of a deeper issue, a lack of skills in managing emotions, stress, and frustration, especially during high-pressure time like examinations. Can I ask for a quick show of hands for who here has been significantly derailed by disruptive behavior? Show of hands. Thank you. Now you are our core audience. Next one. The challenge affects everyone in our schools. For teachers, these behaviors lead to chronic stress, burnout, and reduced teaching effectiveness. It hurts integrity of our institution, but the greatest cost is borne by the students themselves. They lose learning opportunities, suffer emotional and social consequences, and often fail into a predictable cycle of academic unachievement. This brings us to the core question that drove our innovation. Our question is one of preparation and prevention. What if we don't equip them with these vital skills? The risk is clear. We lose a student not just for a lesson, but potentially for their educational career and their future success in our communities. Our innovation is designed to answer the question with a definitive, positive action plan. We are building the constructive ways and the support system they desperately need. Our prototype is highly targeted intervention model. We aren't guessing who needs help. We identify students using clear data points, behavioral reports, academic performance, and teacher referrals. Now, usually, when we meet for staff meetings and teacher conferencing, and the teachers will give reports about what is going on in their classes. You will hear teachers complain about certain children who might be disruptive or have sort of behavior in the class. And every time, it's the same set of children that are being identified. So this is how we identify those students that we're going to put on the program. So we sent a detailed, strength-based letter to parents outlining the program's purpose and asking for their authorization via permission slip. The delivery of this program relies on our dedicated, cross-functional resource, our counselors, specialized teachers, and community experts working together to provide comprehensive scaffolding and support. So we have made contact with personnel in mobilization. We have made contact with social workers, youth development workers. We have made contact with the police through the DARE program in St. Vincent. We have a DARE program, D-A-R-E. It means Drug Abuse Resistance Education. Now these, as I said, they are police. They come to the school and they will have sessions and discussions with the children and the teachers about dealing with peer pressure, dealing with drugs, identifying different abuse, and identifying different offenses, etc. So these are some of the personnel that we made contact with that will be coming into the schools, that will be having discussion with the children in terms of how to deal with their behavioral problems. Now, this slide shows the exact letter and consent form we designed. We strategically use strength-based languages in the letter, focusing on behavior development and positive anger management. As I was saying, this is the letter that we sent to the parents, and there is the attached consent form. Right. So there is the attached consent form that the teacher will read, and the parent, and they will, this is how they give their consent. So after we identify the students in the school that we will be placed on the program, we send the letter, the consent form, and the parents will send back the consent form, giving us permission to put the student on the program. We are seeking genuine partnership and not just compliance. Digitalizing this parental authorization is a critical step for starting the innovation and ensuring efficient tracking across the board. The student voice drives our approach. Before we start any intervention, we need to know what is happening in their world. We use these 7 questions to gather crucial data on their emotional well-being, coping mechanisms, and their perceptions of support at school. So, as you can see, this is the teacher here interviewing the student, trying to have a better understanding about what is going on. Why are you portraying this disruptive behavior? So these are the questions and the interview. This is just an example. This qualitative data ensures our intervention goals are highly personalized and relevant to their needs. Here is a snapshot of the data we collected. This is invaluable for pinpointing specific systemic needs. For example, if we see that only 45% of students feel free sharing their feelings, or 70% feel they need more encouragement, we know exactly where we need to focus. This data keeps the innovation laser focused, relevant, and measurable. Once the program is underway, we will shift the process and progress monitoring. We will use questions like these to track skill adoption. What do you do differently now? And program effectiveness. How has using the safe space helped you? Crucially, we will ask them to score their stress on a scale, giving us a quantitative measure of the emotional impact of our work. Remember, we can't create lasting change in isolation. What did I say? Very good. Our parent questions, both before and during the program, are structured to identify students' strengths and align our goals with the family's hopes. The during questions focus specifically on observable changes at home, which is the final critical step in closing the feedback loop between school and family life. Let me give you an example. At school, a lot of the children will usually be in my class on mornings before class begins. During break time, they will have lunch in my class, and on afternoons, before they go home, they will come and they will say their goodbyes and they will get their hugs and so on. So there's this specific child. He will come, he will hug, he will hug for a while, and then he will always, hanging around a little bit longer than the other students. So one time now I asked him, I said, how come you're always doing this? How come you're always, because when the other children come and have their hug and they will leave, but he will always stick around and hang around. So I asked him, I said, how come you always being like that? And he said, Miss, well actually he said, he calls me mommy. He said, mommy, my mommy home, she don't hug me. She don't hold me the way that you do. So I say, what do you mean? He said, mommy don't have time. She's always at work and she doesn't have time for me. So when he said that, and he said also, when you hug me, miss, I feel warm inside. And that hit me, that came home. And mind you, this child, this is one of the students that the teacher would have identified as being disruptive in the classroom. But on the other hand, he's very intelligent. His grades are up. So at that point, we realized that this child, with his disruptive behavior, from saying that he doesn't get this attention at home, it goes further than the classroom. It goes further than the school. It goes into the home. So that is why the innovation plan, we are going further than the classroom. We are trying to have an understanding of what is happening with these students, what is happening with them at home. Why is this disruptive behavior? Because sometimes you might say, oh, they're being disruptive, they don't this, they don't that. But the problem is not at school. The problem goes beyond that. So this program that we have, it's going into the homes, having a relationship with the parents, collecting data from home to see how we can work together to make it better for the children. Make sense? Yes. Good. To ensure the prototype scales across our school, we formalize the approach into 5 key sustainable solutions. We use a classification system to target the right students with precision. Our staff is organized into cross-functional team or comprehensive support. So here, we have a team of six teachers who is on the program. So now these teachers will be adapting. We have 15 students on the program. So these teachers will be adapting the students where we have a safe space. We have a room where we will take the children, we can have a talk with them, we can have a one-on-one with them where we can have a better understanding of what is happening. It is not to teach them anything about maths or language or anything like that. It's just to make them feel like we are here for you. You have somebody you can talk to, you who can relate to, you can open up to. So these teachers will check in with the students weekly, twice a week, and they will use that room so that they can do that conversation with the children. We are digitalizing consent for immediate efficient parent engagement. Most critically, we use a bi-weekly report, gains, challenges, new steps for rapid interactive feedback, ensuring we adjust the program in real time. This is where the magic happens. Finally, we establish A third, leadership structure, strategic, tactical, operational, that classifies who handles the vision, the logistics, and the data analysis, making accountability our foundation. The outcomes are about lasting change, creating a shift in culture, not just a temporary fix. Our students acquire coping skills and emotional intelligence that will serve them longer after they have left our schools. For the school, we see increased engagement and a stronger school spirit. But most importantly, for the audience, the evidence, data, and structure of the model means it is replicable. We are building a template for student wellness that can benefit our school, the entire educational system, the community of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and by large, the countries around the Caribbean, including St. Lucia and Dominica. Thank you for listening to us, and let's work together to make success for every learner in the Caribbean.
Thank you very much, Alison. Do we have any comments, feedback, questions?
This one is Alison.
Alison and Alicia. Can come this way? Yes. Okay, Alicia, thank you very much, and Alison for assisting. Now we move on to Carmen Rene Memorial School. We have Valerie Kerr Davis who will be presenting.
Where you had it, bring the file up there at the top. Val, where is it? VAL.
Okay.
Yeah, look at the end. But, no, I don't want it up on the screen as yet.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, just put somebody, new screen.
I'll move it,
Yeah, move
Just
slide quickly.
we could start the
Good.
slideshow.
Yeah. You giving me a tag? Okay. So just speak. That's it? Okay. Good morning, everyone. I am here to present my innovation project to you. But before I begin, I would like to share a moment from my classroom. A typical day that revealed a not so typical insight. So here I go. One morning, while I was teaching at the front of the class, I glanced around and noticed familiar scenes. One playing with a pencil, one looking through the window, two of them talking. And I guess teachers can relate to that. So, in that moment, I paused and I asked myself, what could I change to help my students manage themselves but not necessarily their work? That question became the starting point of my innovation journey. So, I am your presenter this morning, Valerie Kerr Davis, from Fair Helen of the West, St. Lucia, a proud teacher of Carmen Rene Memorial School, and it is my pleasure to share my innovative project with you. So, that simple moment of observation became the spark for change. It led me to, sorry about that. So that moment of spark that I observed in my class gave me that is how I was able to come up with my presentation title, redesigning classroom culture. Redesigning classroom culture to empower students with focus, self-management, and a stronger voice in their learning. From the title, it leads me on to the innovation question. The question is, how can we redesign our classroom culture through new routines and interactions to help students stay focused, manage themselves effectively, and feel empowered to share their own learning? So our focus, our keywords here are focus, self-management, and student voice. Now, the pictures at the side is what I want to gain in my end product. That's what I'm trying to achieve. The challenge, but before I go into the challenge and why it mattered to me, let me give you a little idea about my innovation, my interaction with innovation. I have been with the Innovation Lab since its beginning, and the experience has truly shaped how I teach. It taught me to start small, to test new ideas, reflect on them, and keep improving. This project is one of the small but meaningful innovations, and today I'll take you through my journey, the insights I gather, how I put ideas into action, and what I learned along the way. So the challenge and why it mattered. When I reflected on my classroom organization, I realized that the seating arrangement itself was part of the problem. It did not support collaboration or self-management. It's also important to note that my class had more boys than girls. And research shows that when boys don't feel valued or comfortable in a learning space, they often struggle with focus and following directions. This led me to the challenge. Many of my students struggle to stay focused and complete tasks independently. So how did I gather the information? I created a discussion with my students, asked them, how can I help them to manage their work and concentrate in the classroom? They gave feedback. The ones that stood out for me were they wanted peer support, they wanted more choice in where they sat, and they wanted clearer expectations for how to stay on task. In addition to the students, I also asked colleagues. I asked them during casual conversation, why is it my class having this kind of behavioral issue? So 2 colleagues pointed out to me, it could have probably been my classroom arrangement. And as you can see, it does not matter the layout of the class, but I'm very structured. So I'm thinking, although I have all the different scenarios or the different style in the classroom, the children still have to be seated, right? And imagine boys, grade 4, advancing into puberty, even the girls, right? So all of that were playing on me. And it really mattered to me because this is something that I want to create in the end. The boys must be able to work in a free space. They must be able to feel safe on whatever task they have to do. It must not be all teacher-led, right? So that's it. So these insights made it very clear from my classroom culture and space needed and space that I had to take into consideration that I had to redesign. So my goal became my goal became to rethink not just what we did, but how we worked together. So in the prototype now, from ideas to action. Based on the feedback, I created a small testable prototype, something I could try, observe, and refine. So, first, we rearranged the classroom into flexible seating zones. So we had zones like quiet zones, where they could focus on their work, a collaborative zone for group tasks, and we had peer zones for partner learning, right? And students were free to choose a space that helped them focus. So it was a case where it was not structured, it was well structured, the students were informed, and it was implemented. Then another one I introduced, the simple 4-step focus and self-management checklists, right? To help them prepare to stay on task, manage their time, and reflect at the end of each session. Now for the checklist, I worked with it at least 2 weeks, but it was becoming a little bit too much. And so I eased on that, but the flexible seating arrangement was my main focus. Well, it was not the main, that one carried it through. My goal was to see if these small structural and behavioral changes could make a meaningful difference in students' focus, independence, and ownership of learning. Now, the video there, I want to show you. First, I'll enlarge it. Okay. So this is how my students would do pair learning or pair teaching. They would help each other. They find a partner who they feel comfortable with, somebody who can assist them. And that's what the checklist looks like. Do I have all the things I need to start? That's their pencils, their eraser. Where do you want to sit? They can check that. Moving along. So the testing the results, what we learned from our implementation, outcome of the testing of the strategies, as you can see, the students, myself, and other teachers. And I have 2 voice notes I would like to play for you to listen. Yeah. I would just like you to note during the testing, during the testing of my carrying out of my project, I was absent for at least 1 week from school, out on the school's business. It was not my personal, and yeah, and yes, because I just want that to note. So I thought, my principal leave another teacher in charge of my class. So I informed the teacher what is it I'm doing at the moment. And she understood what she had to do, so I gave her the routine. She continued the routine. And these were some of the things she wanted to say that she discovered. So just listen to her, it's from her direct.
My experience with the time I was substituting in your class, with your instructions to have students sit with their friends, sit to the front of the class, sit on the floor if they would like to, was excellent. At the start of the class, at the beginning of the class, the students asked me, can they sit next to their friend? One asked me, can he sit at the side of the classroom next to the door? And one asked me to sit in the front of the classroom on the floor. A few of them who sat with their friend, they chose their friend and they sat with that friend two boys. One was a little sharper than the other, but they were very good friends. So, and in fact, both of them are sharp students. However, one of them would not work well on his own. But when he paired with his friend, the two of them put their heads together, they discussed answers and they discussed the questions. And in like 15 minutes, they were done and they got all correct. Maybe if it was out of 20, I think maybe they get one wrong. And another two, a girl and a boy, they were good friends too. The boy was sharper than the girl, and then it was the same results. They discussed and they finished and they were correct. Another two students who were very bright students, they were asked to be paired, but in the completion of the class, or subject rather, I find they should have been done a long time. And in querying that and watching them for the next class, I realized they talk a lot. So I called one to my desk and she finished the work and she got all correct. So I realized the two of them were not working, so I didn't allow them to sit together. I had one sit next to me and the other one sit by herself. Another student who also is bright, I had to have him to come to the front because when he sits with his friends, he just talks and don't do his work. And he's the brightest boy in the class, so he worked better individually. And there was another boy who asked me to sit with his friend, but he still wouldn't. Although his friend was smarter than him, he still would talk so much. So he wasn't a strong student, but he sat at the teacher's desk, and I just ensured that he complete what he had to do, and he finished on time and at least get the subject done.
So that's it for the two voice notes for the teacher who took over my class. As you can hear from her direct, it was really working out. And what I realized is that consistency showed that the change wasn't about me. It was about the culture we built together. And this is the end of what she had to wrap up to say about her time in my classroom with the project. So I'll play that first before I end my presentation.
Overall, I believe this classroom setting, this classroom organization, this classroom management strategy work very well. And it helps especially with the students who are not strong in the classroom or struggling students. They could be bright, but they have some sort of struggle in that they need the help or the support of their peers. So it's a strategy that really helps struggling and not strong students in the class, and it helps them to collaborate, ignite critical thinking, and help them make decisions that can be worked within time and help manage their time in the classroom. So I also had another experience in another teacher class who was in a disagreement with such a classroom management strategy. And when I got the time to go to her class, she gave them an assignment, and one of her students, she left, and one of her students asked me for help. In helping that student, she happened to walk in at the moment I was helping her, and she asked me what was I doing. So I explained I was helping. To make a long story short, she said, no. She knew that already. She could answer the question. And I realized after staying put in the class, I overheard her instructions. This child was able to help continue her class due to the little help I gave her. She knew what to do, but she just needed a reminder of some things that she knew about that particular topic in maths. I also observed that this teacher class is very individualized. In spite of they sitting in group, the students were required to work individually. So in my observation, having students pair up and choosing a place in the classroom to sit to complete their classroom assignment, their work, it really helps them and help them produce more than if just sitting at a desk working individually. Thank you.
So I guess the voice note was very simple and straightforward to hear her experience. So moving forward to the new school year, which is this academic year, the insights I gather, what I plan on doing is to continue to use these same strategies in the class I have at the moment. However, what I want to do, or I am doing at the moment, I am developing a focus and voice toolkit. Now, what is that? It is a simple set of routines and prompts that any teacher can use to help students reflect, set goals, and manage themselves. My hope is to share these strategies with colleagues so that together we can build a school-wide culture where focus, self-management, and student voice are part of every child's daily learning experience. So that is my aim with this innovation project. And in closing, my reflection on my innovation journey. Right? The innovation journey has shown me that sometimes the biggest change comes from the smallest shifts. A new routine, a new layout, or simply giving students the chance to lead their own learning. With that, I would say thank you for listening to me, and here is my info. Anybody wants to contact me, feel free to do so.
I agree. Let's let them know where they can contact you. Thank you very much, Valerie.
Thank you, most welcome.
Do we have any, you have a testimony?
I am Mrs. Valerie Davis's principal.
No, sure.
And I must commend her for this strategy. And she knows she had a group of very disruptive boys, and they were always up to some kind of trouble. And I must note, maybe about 3-4 months down the line, I remember when I passed by the class, I asked Mrs. Davis, what did you do? What happened to the boys? Because I saw they were in their corners, they were engaged, and it was a very, very, very good strategy to help, especially with the boys. And at my school currently, there are many more boys than girls. So this strategy, I must say, is an efficient one, an effective one, and hopefully it is something that we can share across, make it a school-wide culture. But as it stands, because it is a non-traditional way, you know, for some people they would have some difficulties. But for her actually practicing and putting it into effect, it has shown that there is merit in using it.
Thank you, Mrs. George.
Thank you. Yes. Well, what you just said, because so many teachers are just used to their traditional mindset. When we had our discussion again, we were talking about how do we change the mindset of other teachers. The proof is in the pudding. Yes. So I think when they see, you show them the data, you show them the difference in behavior and so on, maybe that can inspire others to adopt it in their classrooms. Thank you very much.
You're most welcome.
Now from the Beckway Anglican School, we have Almatin Duncan and Josine Osborne.
Take off.
Please make them feel very welcome.
It's okay.
Testing, all right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Almatin Duncan, and with me is my lovely colleague, Miss Josine Osborne, and we are representing the Beckway Anglican Primary School. It is indeed a great honor to present our full potential proposal, parental involvement in education, strengthening families, schools, and communities. Now, do you agree with me that parental involvement is important? Good. Parental involvement is a critical factor in the academic success and the overall development of our students. Now, many schools, including mine, often face challenges with limited participation from parents, especially at PTA meetings, due to work obligations or time constraints. So, to address this, my school, we piloted a community-based PTA model in Hamilton that brought the meetings closer to parents. The challenge. Now, despite recognizing the importance of parental involvement, our school consistently experienced low turnout at PTA meetings, and the data revealed that sometimes it was because of scheduling conflicts, transportation barriers, limited parental engagement in school decision-making activities, and also weekend communication between the administrators, teachers, and parents. Now, the prototype. Don't play it yet, hold on a second. So, the prototype is that a community-based PTA model. Now, before we had our PTA meeting, we earmarked a total of 25 households to be present at our meeting. Lo and behold, we saw participation from 24 out of the 25 households, and that was highly commendable. But, you know, sometimes I don't think parents give us the credit because they figure we don't listen. We hear the complaint. Me not have no money for come a meeting because me can't catch me. I'm struggling. The school don't feel welcoming. They say that the work commitments won't release them. So what we did is that we removed the barrier. The school introduced an approach where we held meetings in the communities where families live. So the first was conducted at Tees Bar and Grill with the following aims. One, in Hamilton, one, to strengthen the communication between home and school, to increase parental participation and attendance, and to foster the shared responsibility for student success. Now, at the start of our PTA meeting, we had a little bingo, because, you know, parents have to network. They just come in a PTA meeting, you sit down, you hold a little can, and you ain't talking to nobody. Let's go ahead, you could play the little short video so they could see.
This is how they were networking.
They could see a little
My nephew, Jackie
Parents bingo. Right. Go to the next slide. Now, the video and the images here depicted on the screen capture the success of our community-based PTA meetings. These images, they highlighted strong parental turnout and meaningful engagement, demonstrating that when meetings are brought closer to parents, their participation increases significantly. That simple, warm, relaxed atmosphere at Tees Bar and Grill created a sense of unity, openness, and collaboration. And that is the kind of supportive environment that we want because it encourages shared responsibility, you build school to community relationship, and ultimately it reinforces the positive impact of parental involvement on student learning and their overall school life. Hold on. Now, I am here going back through the motion, and I tell you, then come out in the numbers, they participated, they did the work. And I am proud to state that, you know what, after we done work them out so hard, because although we had the parent bingo, we had other activities. There was an open forum discussion, so we asked them questions like, so how can we make you feel more welcome at the school? What is it you want from us? There were even situations and role play where they had to demonstrate effective and ineffective parenting. So there was one where a child was experiencing struggles with math homework, so they had to tell us and demonstrate us how they would do it ineffectively and the effective method. So they don't do all our work. We say, boy, we're so proud. We have to have a little swallowship now. You understand me? So, yeah, they had callaloo soup. There was a little snack plate with starfish cake. Even a little fancy cherry steak you see on wedding, they had all of that. And to wash it down, they had a little high room soft drink. Eh? The school. Yes. Yes. And the bar did this. Yes. Now, I want to also mention here that T's Bar and Grill demonstrated outstanding community spirit because she partnered with the school. The moment I called, man, she offered the venue to us for free. She was able to be amongst the discussions, and she overheard some parents realizing that the boy, they're really struggling, and she's now even willing to sponsor some children who are in need. Now, that simple act of kindness reflects the vital role that community business play in strengthening our school, our community, and by extension, the benefit for all of our children. I'll now hand you over to Ms. Osborne.
So we would have also noticed the observed impact on students and the school. So students showed greater participation. Obviously, the enthusiasm was there because their parents are now even more energized by getting them to do their work. The school environment also was enriched. So now we have parents pledging their support to our World Food Day, which is on the 16th of this month. There was also community spirit, stronger collaboration, and shared pride developed among families, staff, and the wider community. Now, there's also feedback, because we must get feedback from the stakeholders, which are the students, the parents, and the teachers, of course. Students expressed excitement about the activities, and they felt more supported. Parents appreciated being involved and offered ideas, and also they shared their resources. Networking was one of them. The parents shared their numbers, and they had WhatsApp groups now. So now if there's a parent who is very good at math, they could invite 2 or 3 students from another home to come over and help them with their homework and so forth. So those were just some of the things that came out of that meeting. Teachers noted increased motivation among students and improved parent-school communication. So some positive surprises. The attendance exceeded our expectations. Yes, you also said we had 24 out of the 25 parents there, and they were so enthusiastic that after the meeting, we had to even tell them, well, it is over, you know.
Go home now. They still sit on the waiting.
They're still sitting there. You know, and with that, they requested more meetings. So this demonstrated their eagerness for sustained involvement. Obviously, there were challenges, you know, logistical coordination, securing venues. Luckily for us, T Bar and Grill, she is one of the leading trendsetters, so we hope that other venues will follow in her footsteps. Resources and communication channels, those things will require additional planning as we go forward. Sustainability. Would it be sustained? Obviously, that would be a challenge, so we'll have to balance the frequency of meetings, how and when to do it between staff and the community, and how we would balance that. And the capacity, as in how much we would always take in, how much parents we would target and so forth as we go along. We started with 25, so maybe sometimes we might go with 25, maybe we might try to go a little bit more, depending on the community and the area that we visit.
So, the reflection and next steps. Again, I'm automatically transported back to that moment. I saw unity, I felt support, and I know for a fact that there will be success. The Hamilton pilot confirmed that proximity is power. And I repeat it again, proximity is power, because once parents are given accessible opportunities, they engage meaningfully. The initiative also highlighted that, you know, parental involvement is not about the willingness, but definitely removing the barriers. So the key takeaway was that, one, they meet them in the communities where they live. It breaks down the attendance barrier. Children benefit academically and emotionally from visible parental involvement. And there must be continuous feedback loops because we have to ensure that chain is open between parents, teachers, and students because it is essential for improvement. So the next steps. Obviously, we're going to expand the initiative into other surrounding villages. So we want to start maybe next to Paget Farm or Lower Bay. Hosting rotating community PTA sessions to ensure that there is equal access. Now, the one that we had in Hamilton, it saw a lot of female turnout. So maybe the next time we get back there again, we want to target the fathers to come out because we want with that them come out. You understand me? We're going to introduce a simple feedback system, a little survey monkey, an exit slip, because we need to hear from them. What is working? What is it that you still want us to do? What more can we give? What support can you offer? Exploring virtual PTA meetings for parents who cannot attend physically. You know, we like to say no child left behind. We also need to adopt the notion that no parent should be left behind. And we're going to create a resource sharing system so that parents can contribute their skills and their materials even beyond the meetings. So, you know, there's a little thing that everybody dream to go England, but me dream to go Beckway, because me from Beckway. So Miss Osborne is going to close us out and take us home.
So as we bring this initiative to a close, one thing is clear. Parental involvement is vital for students' success. When parents, teachers, and the wider community work hand in hand, students strive both academically and personally. We've seen that it doesn't take grand gestures to make a difference. Simple, practical actions like attending meetings, sharing ideas, supporting school activities can have a lasting impact on children's growth and also their confidence. So as we move forward, let's continue to strengthen our families, schools, and communities through collaboration, communication, and care. Together, we can keep building the kind of school community our children want at the Beckway Ancan Primary School, and by and large, extend it to your communities as well and your school as well. Thank you very much.
I want to also add a few recommendations to other schools. Trust me, it is working. So, meet parents where they are. Adapt to their realities and not the other way around. You pilot first. We start small, then we're going to evaluate what didn't work, what is working. And you know, you dream big, so you want to expand when you see things working, you know, you do that. You also want to celebrate every voice in the sense that everybody is a valued part of the link. So you need that feedback. You understand me? Recognition motivates continued engagement. So you welcome all the contributions, big, small, in between. We ain't care what it is. Once you're contributing, we welcome it. We take in it. That's what it is. And you plan flexibly. You're going to expect logistical challenges, as Miss say, but you just adapt accordingly. Please check Miss Antoine for your sample of the whale. She has the sample.
Mr. Duncan Osborne, a question. I noticed in your video, what I liked, I saw the bingo cards and the words that were on the bingo cards. Did you all create them yourself?
I created the bingo, yes.
Can you put, is it possible, no?
I have it on my laptop itself.
Did we notice the yes? And I think while they're playing the bingo, you are just reinforcing some positive feedback to parents, things they can do. It's simple. It will lay in their subconscious somewhere.
Let me zoom it in some more. All right, so what they have to do first, you have to walk around and meet other parents, and then you have to find someone who matches square, and then you have to write them in the name in it. So, for example, if you read to your child at night, or do you always attend PT, so you could have big no diagonal, you know. Right. So it was a good way of really getting them to connect. Yeah. No. Correct. Correct. I learned from the best. So Saul was really good. He was really, really good.
I really love this. This has me, it's just smiling, and this is beautiful. You know, this is connecting our Caribbean context, the kind of things we do. Caribbean people love to lime. You see, and this is like, it reminds me of an activity that takes place in Barbados called Q in the Community, where they move through different communities having little, it's a get together, and the older folks come out and they dress up and they have back in time party and different things, but they move from community to community, and it has been growing bigger and bigger and bigger every year. But this is almost like PTA in the community. It's literally moving from, you can move from community to community. Let them bring a pot of callaloo soup and a different, but this is beautiful. This is really beautiful.
Thank you. Somebody at the back has a question.
Excellent presentation. You have me excited. Very good, very good. A round of applause for him again and there. Very excited. It just had me thinking. One of my schools, we've been talking about it, but you presenting that, it just brought it to life. And I want to say, I saw it in you. I don't think you have so many male teachers like that. Yes, but yeah, I know. Yes, but you brought it to life, and I'm just thinking, I'm saying to Chief, can you imagine me in front of his class? All eyes on him. So, very creative though. You know, you didn't just come with the same, good afternoon, I'm here, whatever. You were very creative in the way you got your message to get them to come to you. And we were just sitting down there and we were so excited. So I know the school I've been speaking to, Roseau RC combined. I'm taking that to Miss Regis. Miss, this is what we're going to do. We were thinking about it. Here we have a practical example. Thank you.
It will work.
One word. Excellent.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you.
I sat there listening to you, and I'm feeling so good because my project was also on parental involvement. So you said you want it spread out and, in St. Vincent. Well, part of it is already going to St. Lucia because I'll definitely add that. And I also want to say that at my school, we do something similar to that for Literacy Month. So now I can tie it in, with our whole project. I really loved it. Thumbs up.
Thank you. Thank you. Correct. In most of it. Oh, let me take off this.
Well, I think I should say, Dominica has it as well, because I presented part of our social evening yesterday as well. So it just strengthens the point that the parents are tired of the formal settings.
Correct.
So we need to include a lot of these informal activities to get them together. Great presentation.
Thank you.
Much, and we are going to round up our innovation presentations with Ms. Joan Moses, Roosevelt Douglas Primary School.
did? Did you see that anywhere before? Okay. What do you think about what just happened? Sorry, my mouth is full. Tell me, what do you think about what just happened? What's going through your mind? Talk to me, people. Are you okay? Anything else? What comes to your mind? Huh? A little. Anything else? If I am a student at your school, what comes to your mind? That's what I want from you. Maybe that's what they? Okay. I'll come back and eat the rest after. Okay, so this situation has led me to our innovation question. How might we create a comfortable, safe, and welcoming sitting area in the schoolyard space that meets the needs of students and supports a positive mealtime experience? At my school, they don't have anywhere proper to sit at snack time or at lunchtime. So that's what happens every day. Some students literally sit on the wall and their food is all over the place. And somebody else would walk over it. Some students, they leave it, they go, and you know how many friends visit that meal? And then they come back and eat it. If you look at this picture here, this is an AI-created image, which is, I put in our image of something that happened at school, and I said, I want something better, and this is what it gave me. So it would be nice to have something like that at my school. Now, all of the other projects were inside of the classroom. This one is outside, right? So it would be nice, and it's very expensive, so we will start small. But this is what we want. So if anybody here can build and willing to, yep. So our challenges and why it matters, you can well already know or tell from the demonstration that our children's health, first and foremost, because those big black mush that would rest on that snack for you. So parents don't even want to think about that when they think of their children, and sometimes they get up early and prepare a meal for the students to eat, not knowing that probably 5 different students might pass and eat that chicken, and then sometimes somebody has the flu, and not just that, we want them to eat and enjoy their snack, and we want them to socialize in a healthy way. So this is our challenge and why it matters. So this is our area. This is the picture that I used to create what I would want in AI. And as you can see, the students are standing, and some of the bags are left unchecked. They're not really checking the food, they're checking what's happening on the other side, and flies passing, and all kinds of things happening. Sometimes the snacks get eaten by somebody else or not eaten at all. All right, so I met some students. We have almost 300 students at my school, and I interviewed about 24 students and asked them random questions at lunchtime. Some of the questions were, where would you like to eat? Where do you prefer eating? With who do you like to eat? What kind of seating would you prefer? And what would just make a good snack or lunch spot? And it's amazing the responses that they gave, which would help us to be able to know what to do for them. We also ask teachers questions. Now, teachers are the hardest people to get information from. So we have about 24 teachers, and I literally had to message them one-on-one and say, oh, you answer the survey for me now. So we got about 50% for me to get that result, so at least I can say. So these are some of we use Google Form, by the way, and it gives you nice graphs to show the feedback. So what are your 3 main challenges during snack time or lunch time? And we saw that noise, cleanliness, supervision, and crowding. So they basically have We also asked, how would an outdoor eating area impact the current staff supervision? And that question is very important because we have had an ongoing battle with our teachers and their willingness to supervise during break, which they say, especially lunchtime. As they say, it's my lunch break. I want a break too. And that's fair, right, teachers? Yes. Or you want only lunch break? Okay, so that's fair enough. So that was a very important question to ask the teachers. So they basically said it would be easier to manage if we had the sitting area, that it would have a significant impact, the situation would be better controlled, and it would help with some of the challenges. At the bottom, however, said snack time is not an issue because at snack time we have supervision roster. So every day we have about 5 teachers who are supervising for different periods, different weeks. But at lunchtime, now we have noticed that our teachers, even if they were eating in their class before, so, thank you. Even if they were eating in their class before, now they leave in the school and they're going to eat somewhere else. Just for them not to supervise. Because what happens is that we have some students who live very close. So they go home and 5 minutes later they come back to school. And they're causing chaos. And our parents are not at home at the time, so they don't even know what the children are doing. So the teachers are very tired, and we have met with the parents and asked them, could you keep your child home until 1:15 and send them back? But they don't have control because they're not home. So now, you know, our mindset as teachers, it would be nice for some of us to volunteer to supervise at lunchtime, but you cannot force somebody to do that. And so they go out of the school, and we have a very good principal. He stays and takes his entire lunchtime to supervise, and then goes for lunch when we go back to class. So, however, it's not enough. One person is not enough. So we have a real challenge there. Next, sir. And these are also, this is another graph that says, based on our experience with seating arrangement, and most persons said long benches, and the students also chose long benches. So that would work for everybody. Next. All right, what is the most important feature in a hygiene station? And 50% said cleaning supplies. We already have sinks and bins. Thank you. All right, some of the things that we learned based on this survey, that our top challenges, supervision, noise, and cleanliness. We know that we have a potential risk of supervisors at lunchtime, which is so important that we need to figure out what to do. We know that most persons prefer long benches. We know that they need something in the hygiene station, cleaning supplies. And one thing we found out is that the staff thinks that it is the students' responsibility to clean up after they would have eaten at that station. All right, and the teachers prefer plastic material. You see the nice bench I had at the beginning? They prefer plastic, but the plastic is more expensive. Maybe, because I don't know where we would get those nice, pretty plastic benches. We would have to make them out of wood. So these are some of the things that we learned. And now that we have all this information, we still have more research to do. The area that we would like to build this type of sitting area, when it rains, it floods and it is muddy. So we would have to see if it makes sense to put sitting there, and when it rains, the students would not be able to use it. So we would have to assess feasibility and ground preparation. We would have to develop our prototype a bit more and put a budget together. And we would have to talk to our parents, because our parents would be key here in that if we have persons who are able to build the benches or donate monies to help with the benches, then we wouldn't have to ask for any monies from anybody on that table to help us to, okay? And then we would have to prototype our, thank you very much.
Thank you, Joan. Okay.
Okay, Miss, before you, yes, just 1 second, please, everybody. Can we read this together?
Come up more. Go up more. We support success for every learner, from their textbooks to their lunch boxes. Okay, thank you, Joan. Do we have any questions, comments, observations, advice? Okay, thank you so very much. We have gone. Hold on.
A little bit on the drama when you started, Joan. And I think just how it captivated us for a while and then disturbed us for a little bit longer, I think it might be a good idea to videotape or find some way of creating a video that shows what the reality of the children actually eating in the environment looks like. Because if I was a parent and I'm observing that, the next week I'll be trying to help raise funds to make sure that you have what you need. So I think sometimes just speaking about it might not be as impactful as them actually seeing what the children are experiencing and then being able to be more better committed to doing something about it. So it might be a good place to start.
Thank you.
Good advice. Okay, I say no more comments, questions? No? Okay, so this then brings us to the end of our innovation showcase, not only for today, but for our education forum. Let's give all our innovators a round of applause. You have given much food for thought. You have inspired others, given ideas. So good job, ladies and gentlemen. We are now going to go to lunch. Okay, we are now going to lunch, and we return at, let's do our usual two. Let's do our usual two. Enjoy your meal, people. Thank you.
Folks, before you move, some people mentioned that they wanted a directory so that they could get more people. So I'm going to post a link in the WhatsApp group so that you can see your information. Okay? If they want to reach out to you, you will get communicated with them. You will be reached by email, by text, or by phone call. Okay?
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon and welcome back. Welcome back from your lunch break. We are now going to go into our discussion tables where you'd be by country, of course, where you would look at 3 areas, priority areas for you, based off of all the discussion and data that was presented. At the end of it, what are 3 areas that you would like to look at that you consider a priority, and 5 actions, not ideas, actions you would take to perhaps achieve it or on your way to achieving those goals or those 3 areas. Okay? And we would like it on the flip chart, because afterwards, as a team, we want to look at it and see how we can assist you in achieving those goals, how full potential can assist you in achieving those goals. Okay? So we will do this until, what's the time now? Until 3? So we'll do this until 3, which is essentially just about 45 minutes by the time you settle into your group. And then we come back, we're going to do our feedback, and then we're going to have our commitments and close. So if we stay on time, we know we can end by 3:30, right? So let's stay on time. Let's stay focused. Let's not talk too long. So let's go into our country groups, please. Yes, we can stay in here. St. Vincent said they're up front here, St. Vincent. St. Lucia is going to be where? At the back. They're coming to you. Chief at the back, St. Lucia at the back. And Dominica will be, well, I guess St. Lucia is vacating their table here. So Dominica is going to be right here. St. Lucia at the back. And St. Vincent down here. Thank you so very much. Hi groups, sorry to interrupt. We should be wrapping up, staying on time today. Let me go back to SLU.
we made it work just by putting the cord directly into here.
Right. It's hooked up to the
Okay.
TV, that's why. So I'm getting it now for you.
Okay.
Scary. Is it a PowerPoint?
Yep, it's a PowerPoint slide.
PowerPoint.
It's just one slide.
1 second.
Afternoon again. Thank you so very much for your participation. We're going to be wrapping up shortly. But before we do so, can I kindly ask from each country, can you just share with us at least one, or at most one commitment you came up with? Where should I start? Anyone willing to go first? Okay, St. Lucia is ready.
I have an issue holding the mic, so when I start to speak, your attention please, St. Lucia here, Team St. Lucia present. Yes, we have just formulated one theme by which we will govern our way forward, and that will be called equity. I don't have everybody's attention. Yes, your attention, maybe I should go to the front. Yes, I know I'm a handsome man, so you will. No, I'll hold it. Yes, I was saying the worst thing you could do is to put me first. Because when I start to speak, I don't stop. But as an island, we've decided to go with a theme, equity in action. Because we want it to be something that everybody can feel as a nation. Everybody can see that, you know, if everybody play a part that is governed by being equitable, being considerate, showing empathy and so on, then we could see a greater level of success, and our students, our whole nation as a whole can see the success. But one area that I'll just probably focus quickly, we want there to be a greater sensitization on innovation and inclusion. And so we want to start off by creating an avenue opportunities for our teachers, our teacher innovators, to present to other educators that what we see happening, what we have experienced, maybe those presentations. And luckily for me, or blessedly for me, I have two of my educators here being from my district. And so I will start off as of early as Tuesday coming, God's willing, that they will present. They will present to my principals what they have experienced there, their own innovation, and maybe if they are able to even present some of what they would have recognized from here. And so we want to go out and sensitize our leaders, because we want there to be that buy-in. Because it makes no sense to come with all those beautiful ideas and persons don't buy into it, they don't see the need for it. And that all boils down to that level of a change in our mindset, our thinking. And so if persons can see it's working, we can see that, you know, others have tried it and successes have been recognized and realized, others will want to follow. So even if we start with just maybe one or two persons, as you move on, it will go into and others will buy into it. And by the time you check it, all our district, all our nation will be on board full potentially.
Thank you so very much. And that was St. Lucia. Let's give St. Lucia a round of applause, please. Your stand. Okay, miss.
All right, so for Dominica, one of the ideas that we had was parental involvement. We realized that across the board we have issues with parental involvement, and our action point is to have a parental involvement campaign. We go into the whole island, everybody on board, and we're going to have a way for us to get our parents to be involved. Thank you.
Last but by no means least, our host country of St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Which one? Which one? So, one of the biggest areas that we want to address in our country is reading. It is important that we create a school culture for reading, which means include setting up some structures and routine. If teachers connect reading more to real life, then the children will want to love the love of reading. And have more reading challenges, bingos, character day, literacy day, and even employ such simple things like the author's chairs and puppets and so forth could help with reading as well.
Thank you very much. So I think our team can look forward to some amazing things coming from each of the islands. Okay, we're going to move on. We have an evaluation form that we're asking you to complete. If you are part of the WhatsApp group, I think the link was sent. If not, you can simply scan the QR code, and we are kindly asking you to complete it. It won't take more than 5 minutes. Your feedback is important because we will have another education forum next year. That would be education forum number 3, and plans are for it to be in St. Lucia. So we want to make this even better for the participants next year, which hopefully will include many of you, I hope, and some new faces. So please, your feedback is important. So kindly fill it out. It won't take more than 5 minutes. 3 minutes. Donnie, run the draft. We're back again. We're back again, and we're going to call on Angel to just send us off with a few remarks.
All right, good afternoon. Let me hear how well you enjoyed the last 3 days, please. And this is not a polite thing that we're saying. We really did enjoy being here with you for the last 3 days, right? These are not just words. It is not usual for teachers and principals and education officers to be together with uninterrupted time, rubbing shoulders quite literally sometimes, right? Enjoying taking pictures during the breaks, having lunch, having dinner. It has really been enjoyable. And we really want to say thank you for accepting this invitation. You feel benefited. We also feel benefited. We are really encouraged by the results that we have seen from all of this innovation work that teachers have been leading in the schools, in the classrooms, and in the countries. And we really do want to give them a very special encouragement and thanks and praise them for the work that they've done. And the discussions that we've had, because this is a forum, right? It's not a conference for lectures and presentations. It really was a forum for people to get together and discuss. And even though we had over 5 opportunities for discussing, we feel like we could use another 5 more, right? That is how deep and heartfelt and open the conversations have been. And I really do mean open and heartfelt, because I am sure that in the groups that you were in, people were very honest about how they were feeling and how they were experiencing teaching, how they were experiencing leadership, and all of the challenges that come with it. And we know that it wasn't just about the discussions, but it's also about the actions that you're going to take. And we listened to you a while ago. Just present one action that you're going to be taking in your countries, in the little sphere where you work. And we think that is encouraging. So the 3 days have really reminded us that it's about the students that we are here to serve, and as leaders, it's about the teachers that we want to support so that they could serve the students. So when we opened it, there was a reminder, equity is not just a policy goal. It's something that we want to see and something that we want the students to feel. And we saw that result coming out in St. Lucia, saying the whole approach here is equity in action. So not equity in writing, but equity in action. And we're hoping that you are motivated to carry that back to your countries as well. So not just reflection, not just introspection, but action. Action. And doing it now, doing it immediately. We saw the results, preliminary results from the images, that survey of our secondary school students. We can lose a student today. We can lose a student tomorrow. So it is imperative that the action happens now. So the forum may be closing, but definitely our connections and our networks are just opening up. So if you've completed that directory, then you know you are available to your peers to be able to share some encouragement, share a response, ask a question, and receive the kind of support that you need. And I know that when we go back, it's back to the grind. We can get very busy, but remember that you have people that you can reach out to ask a question or just to get a little encouragement. And for those of us who have decided that we're going to use positive language and give encouragement, practice it in those networks that you're setting up as well. Okay, so thank you very much for your presence. Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts and your feelings. Thank you for being open. And thank you very much on behalf of the children of the Caribbean for the love and empathy and care that you show them. Thank you.
Thank you, Angel. Thank you very much. And now I would like to call on the Chief Education Officer in the Ministry of Education and National Reconciliation of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, K. Martin Shaw, to just give us a few words in closing.
Good afternoon, everybody. We are now in terms of protocol, that's already been established. I think by now we are on the same page. Not so? Right, man. All right, Bev? Okay. Over the past days, we have engaged in rich dialogue, shared best practices, and explored innovative pathways that will shape the future of education in our region. Not so? This gathering has indeed reinforced one central truth, and you will tell me if you agree with me. The Caribbean possesses immense talent, creativity, and resilience to reimagine education in ways that are relevant, inclusive, and transformative. Not so? We have to bring nobody from out there and wrong there. It is right among us. And you see where you would have stretched yourselves and you came together what we have achieved. Not so? Yeah, man. We have been reminded that innovation is not just about technology or new tools. It is about rethinking how we teach, how students learn, and how we prepare our young people to navigate a rapidly changing world. It is about collaboration across borders with OECS brothers and sisters, harnessing our cultural strengths and ensuring that no child is left behind. I commend the organizers, the presenters, and all you participants for your dedication and vision. The insights shared here must not remain within these walls here at Beachcombers. They must inspire action in our various schools, our ministries, and our communities. Let us commit to carrying this momentum forward, building networks that continue to strengthen long after this forum ends. Right, Angel? St. Vincent and the Grenadines is honored to be part of this regional effort, and Antoine would have said that time and time again. And we look forward to working alongside our Caribbean neighbors as we transform education systems for the benefit of every learner. As we depart, let us do so with renewed energy, a deeper sense of purpose, and the conviction that the future of Caribbean education is indeed bright, because together we are shaping it. Thank you. Unfortunately, Angel had y'all here for the whole 3 days, so y'all didn't get a chance to really explore the gem of the Antilles. I want to wish you safe travels, and may we continue to innovate, collaborate, and educate with courage and hope. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. And I just want to say thank you very much to the Ministries of Education of Dominica, St. Lucia, and St. Vincent for releasing you all. I know the admins, they're here, but I know I've seen them, they're there and they're working. They've been working, they're here, but they're working. the teachers, releasing the teachers, and the time they have to be here with us. We say thank you so very much. We had also GBE, thank Mr. Mohammed Yassin for his presence. And we also had UNICEF Eastern Caribbean office here with us. Tracy, thank you so very much, and we look forward to working together even more. Okay, lovely. Also, OECS Commission represented by Mr. Keith Thomas. Thank you so very much. Dr. Vernon Knight, University of the West Indies. Her presentation was very well received, very interesting stuff, and I know a lot of conversation stemmed from that presentation. I know it will going to continue in the days, weeks, months, and maybe years to come. We shall see. Also, I want to say thank you very much to our Beachcombers, our accommodations, the Holiday Inn. We were separated, somewhat the new Holiday Inn, somewhat Beachcombers, and the new Holiday Inn people who were staying there took the time to make sure they told us they had a great time at the new Holiday Inn. And we are so very happy to hear that. So thank you so very much. Donnie, our tech guy, Donnie, so thank you so very much. We greatly appreciate it. We appreciate it very much. The staff here at Beachcombers, thank you so very much. And ladies and gentlemen, we look forward to seeing you and hearing about your amazing innovation projects in the years to come. Have a good day.
Concepts is a production company that administers creative and entertainment projects from inception to completion. The Uncovered project is something we initially started primarily to market ourselves as a production company. We were able to take the idea of doing acoustic covers of popular local songs from that concept to an entire web series production, as well as to help showcase underground talent, which sowed the seed for the Uncovered singing competition in partnership with TTRN. So if you want to bring your idea to reality at the same high quality levels that we executed the Uncovered series, it could be any type of audiovisual project from music videos to live